functional. Looks good. Alright. Okay. Welcome back to Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. Last we left off, we had managed to find and arrest, what was her name? Something... No, you... something you. It wasn't... That was the girl who died. What was her name? But she was also the blonde girl. What was her name? I don't always remember people's names. Let's see. She was so weird. Loud. Oh, you notice my controller? I literally unplugged it and plugged it back in before I started this game. Guess I have to do it after I start the game, which is usually not how games like to be. I usually don't like it if you try to do that. Okay, everything looks good. Alright. March 15th, 12:07 a.m., the Atrium Neutralis lobby. So now we know who the Autogarasu really was. And yet, there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. That's not her voice at all. Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. Two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence one more time. Oops, this. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Okay. Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bag gave us. This piece of evidence from the KG-8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. Alright, what's up? This man, it's Manny Cochin. He's got a knife and a card. That's the card for me on the smuggling ring. And he's holding a knife in his hand! This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. An apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file. I actually read the summary file on the KG-8 incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building? Okay. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow, someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece, and why someone would want to hide it. But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage, the ringleader. Where? Wait, what was that? Huh? That bit you played just now. Please, show it to me again. Oh. That a car? This car. This is something we cannot overlook. Looks like that guy is sitting in the back. European embassy flag. No driver in there right now. Why is that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe.
Take that!
Someone's driving. Don't you find this section to be particularly of interest? I don't see anything at all. Oh, are you talking about that thing, sir? Okay, apparently it's not about the fact that the driver's not there and we can wait and see who the driver is. I've heard that you can capture ghosts on film. Is that what it is, sir? So, where is it in this picture, sir? That's quite enough. How could he have mistaken this for an apparition? Okay. You want to see the flags? Is it
Take that!
This is the national flag of the Principality of Codopia. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there? Ah, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. So you were here all this time. Ambassador Alba. Thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at this time of night. If only I was even a tiny bit more careful. You're a suspect. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry. This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were. You idiot carcass! You couldn't chase after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I was looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that? Excuse me? I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. We are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. We're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel. But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues. I don't believe the rest of the Yellow Bastion and Bubbly's police. Ambassador! We are so close! Just a little more and... Miss Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. Without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right? That's true, however... As he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Yellow Bastion soil. In which case, we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way. Alright, you're back. Yo. Get your leg patched up. Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Lang, why have you returned? Because I have to solve this case, no matter what. Well, I'm sorry to inform you. And don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. Well, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable. At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close.
Not so fast!
Ambassador Alba. I get it now, I really do. Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel. No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. You. No? The killer? Did you really mean that, Agent Lang? Wolves don't lie. Then who is it? Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all she knew. Lang Zi says the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was to mask the second's killer? I'll tell you who. Who's you, Franziska von Karma? Huh? I was the killer? Hey, wait, but that's impossible! Yeah. Although that whip is actually quite... Ow! Hold your tongue and that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of the murder? Yeah, I am. You trying to, like, play a trick to get more information? Is that what's going on? Doesn't appear to be joking. Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give a speech, he called you into his office, right? Yes, he did, but what does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabast and Bobble, did you not?
Objection!
And where is your evidence that I am the killer?
Not so fast!
I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? Things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Good. Let's move out. And don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. Bet your bottom dollar on that. As if I would have any reason to flee. But, just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset. Not that I blame her. Expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part. And so that I may clean up my superior's mess. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's a peanut gallery. Oh, in that case, I want to join too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabast yet. If you like Kayan, then you've got to let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh, yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go. As a detective, I don't believe this is something we're supposed to be excited over. Sounds like this is going to get real interesting. Ambassador Abla, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go. March 15th, 12:53 a.m., Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador's Office. Okay, now, let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Cochin's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babal. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then the body of Damask II, Mr. Kashi No, was found here in the Alabastian Ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was this Primaduck statue, and that it is actually Babal's statue. In this case, no matter how I look at it, sis, if it wasn't you, there's no one else who could have pulled this off.
Objection!
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you are saying?
Of course I do, sis. I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Atagarasa's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief took advantage of the confusion with the fire.
Objection!
Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons?
Don't worry, I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that, too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Hey now! Look, sis, I thought I already told you. I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring. Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He's right in saying that she's a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring, could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine?
Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already.
Franziska, you need to calm down. Because you only know the facts on the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole and therefore solve it.
What?
Don't worry. I am taking this seriously as well. I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. Can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve. Bless you, J-Paul. Kitty sneezing. Goodness. You good? You okay? Do you need past? You need to move things so you can walk past? The cat. You don't want to say hello? Okay, well you can't just stand there. Yes, you do need to go all the way through. Thank you. Didn't mess anything up, did he? Everything looks fine. Okay. Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damask II.
You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damask II is related to the smuggling ring, and it will be the end of our investigation.
As long as I have no good counter-argument to his hypothesis, and the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. Let's get started. Yes, let's... Oh, we're getting directly into an argument. I thought we would have taken some time to re-examine things. What evidence do I have? I didn't check that. Because we got rid of some of it. Okay, knife is still here. Statue. This is just a map, I guess, for... Copian paper. Okay, we still have the body. Passion flowers. Because we can use those with the, like, these pins. Alright. One of Alabast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin. The murder weapon in the killing of Damask II is Babal's Primadux statue. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Franziska will remain a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? We worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Longzi never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor. Who do you think you are speaking about Longzi's proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you will need to see the truth. Hello, J-Paw. You've returned? Oh, don't walk behind it. You're gonna mess up the wire. You didn't mess it up, did you? That looks fine. Alright. One less knives, use the ball. Alright.
Hold it!
I concur that this knife crossed over country lines. Good, but that's not the only thing that did. You mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was only one. The murder weapon in the killing of Damask II is Babal's Primadux statue.
Hold it!
So you're saying that the Primadux statue was also brought over by Franziska? Like I told you before, it's the only way it makes sense.
Hold it!
And how exactly did she bring it over? I haven't figured that out yet. That's a rather weak statement, considering how sure you are. Maybe, but there is one thing I know for sure. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security.
Hold it!
Impenetrable? Should hardly think so.
Not so fast!
You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world could cross over that?
Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire.
The only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Theatre Neutralis. It's the only way for the knife and the Primadux statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera-equipped, well-guarded doors. I mean, we saw the shot on the roof. It looked like the fence just kind of stopped at the edge of the roof in a way that would make it really easy to just kind of climb around it. I don't have a picture of that, so that's not, like, helpful. And it's probably not something they mean, but, like...
Hold it!
Was Francisca really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she's the only one to go back and forth. The sis there was in Alabast when the yacht Grasu showed. And then, just before you guys found Mr. Cochin's body, she entered Babal. You can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babal.
Objection!
That timing doesn't make sense. And how do you explain the Primadux statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only things to cross the border are the Primadux statue and the knife. I should hardly think those are the only two items, Agent Lang. I'll make sure. I mean, there's these. We're going to take a closer look at these objects. The design of these things are rather eccentric for hair sticks.
Huh? Really? Well, if they're that strange, what should I do with them?
I have to say, these are by far the most bizarre hair sticks I've ever seen. In any case, Kay, there's something I've been meaning to ask. How exactly do you stick that hair stick of yours into your hair like that?
That's a secret.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Dirt. Hey, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. There's dirt on here. It's totally ruining the beauty of the hair stick.
I suppose. Why is there dirt stuck on the end of a hair stick in the first place? Okay. Two objects. Pointed out the objects on the last bit, but okay.
Objection!
Okay, no. Agent Lang, about this piece of evidence. Long Z says, confidence is like a soul, and words without confidence are but empty shells. Shouldn't waste your breath on words you have no confidence in, Mr. Prosecutor. Although it's just as bad to say something in full confidence and be wrong.
You're going to let him lecture you about your self-confidence like that?
I don't need to be overflowing with self-confidence, I just need to think rationally. After all, I only need to be confident in the facts. This is probably these. Maybe this. They were like, sadly. I didn't read that. Alright, what have we got? Do you want this? Impenetrable security, and then we're like, actually, someone just threw something. They just threw it. Flowers. Used to be real, swamped with fake. This is a little muckery. Alright, use the knife, yes. It does seem that way, but it was said to be just as hollow and...
Hold it!
saying spot over friend. What's this?
Hold it!
How did she bring it over? You don't know. Somehow...
Hold it!
Impenetrable. Who could cross over that? Let me just... Do you want this? Say that someone threw it.
Objection!
No, you don't. You do not want that. You shouldn't need to take that long doing that. Only one person, two. Maybe you want this? On this?
Objection!
No, you don't. You don't care about that at all. Okay. Alright, focus. Back. That is the problem here. Somehow, I'm just like, oh, it's all fence, it's got barbed wire, it sucks bad.
Hold it!
Actually, the only person. 40-pound body.
Objection!
How to explain the Primoduck statue? You don't know. Methods. The only things across the border are the Primoduck statue and the knife. I hardly think that those two are the only items. When I looked, I have tried to point out the hair sticks, no one cared. I'm assuming they're just counting the two statues as the same concept in swapping. Where did you find these? Who knows? No one. I found some of them in the Safe. I think the other one was just something Franziska had. Flowers, statue, fountain. Oh. Maybe. Although, definitely was not traversing after the crime, because he died in the crime. What do we need? Saying the only one who went between was Franziska. Is there something to say someone else did that? We could say that Larry also went over there, but because I'm pretty sure, whoops, he came out of the other side and he had that big cart. He didn't do anything, but like, we could stall him for a bit. Wire. Card tape. Did anyone else? What am I doing here? You want to hear about the mask? Order the Premax statue and the knife. Hardly think those are the only two items. What am I missing here? Guess we point out that the other one was also over there. We could do that. Failing that, we can try the note.
Objection!
Okay, that's what you want. I was sort of just assuming that they were being taken as the same concept and did not need to be brought up in conjunction with each other. I guess they were different pieces of evidence, but still. Agent Lang, those two items are not the only two to cross the border tonight. Oh. Damask II was killed with Baal's Premax statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's Premax statue go? To Baal. Precisely. And if the two statues really were switched, then that means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. I guess so, but you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that Sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabast and Baal is her. Is that really true? there no one else who traveled between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall.
Objection!
Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said, along with the security camera's footage. I'm not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily.
Objection!
But suppose there was some other way, other than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. Looks like you got some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence and show me this other route. This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries.
Take that!
Agent Lang, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo. That supernatural photo. Like I said before. Humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. Don't start claiming that She-Na somehow grew wings either. Wouldn't dream of claiming that. I won't allow you to take back what you've said either. I'll say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. How can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka. Very well, you will have your explanation. Sounds like you have a good idea somewhere in that head of yours. Let's hear it. Face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is... You throw the statue?
Take that!
Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Prima statue replica. You can't be serious. The Atagarasu, or rather Callisto Yu dressed as Agent She-Na, was inside the wall. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air.
Not so fast!
Mr. Prosecutor, you left out a very crucial bit in your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air. And how exactly did she do that? He's literally baring his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? So just before the murder, Francisco was called there, right? Was called here, right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, we'll need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma. Oh, what are you up to now, pretty boy? Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Huh. You really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth?
How dare you! As I've said numerous times, there's absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too.
I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time. Which is why I would like to hear about it from you. Hold on a second. My headphones. Disconnected. They're kind of old. Please reconnect. Stop playing through my monitor. Hello? Oh, there it goes. Everything looks fine over here as well. Huh. That's annoying. Which is why I would like to hear about it from you. Franziska, I feel that I still don't have enough information. Which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case.
Alright. So, what would you like me to talk about?
I'd like you to please testify to your movements up until you came into this room. Alright, let's try this from your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can how no. As you wish. Vincent Alabast.
As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian Embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Gardens for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office.
Franziska, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct?
Yes, of course.
I see. For now, the only way I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Franziska about her testimony in more detail.
As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian Embassy.
Hold it!
I thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring.
Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Atagarasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago, or have you forgotten what happened here back then?
Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself.
Looks like you remember the case after all.
Of course I do.
I inspected every location, every possible escape route, every aspect of the police's security detail. I did all that, and after I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office.
Hold it!
So you were at the theater as well?
Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching that stage show.
Well, yes. So Franziska was there?
Well, after the show was over and I saw the Steel Samurai off, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation.
Hold it!
Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation, even for even the speech?
For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu had planned on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. And in the end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden. Even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who would have thought that she would use a shadow? Calm down, Franziska. She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back to Ambassador Alba, called back by Ambassador Alba to his office.
Hold it!
At that time, Damascus II's body had yet to be found in this room. Is that correct? That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. The criminal will say anything to get out of being arrested. How do we know that you're not lying? Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you, when I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill watering his plants. I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office. Alright then. And that statement, your testimony, and let's hear some more details. So Ambassador Alba was in the room at the time, was he? When I arrived, Ambassador Alba was watering flowers on the windowsill.
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill? With her eyes? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side, however the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, when you entered this room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He'd obtained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know. Yes, the plants in this room, they are all like my children. The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in full bloom. Mrs. Von Karma, what did you say just now? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What do I not understand? I don't understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony. Very well. There were 4 large passion flowers in full bloom in the flower box.
Hold it!
I'd like to confirm this with you one more time. There were 4 passion flowers in bloom in that box, correct? Yes, I should hardly think that I could have miscounted such eye-catching flowers. There must be a deeper meaning to the statement, and it appears that I must take a gamble on its meaning for me to make any progress. The Primonex statues were already switched by the time the murder happened. In light of that fact, what Franziska saw in this room before the crime is of incredible importance. Four. But there's only 2 right now. You can turn around and look at them. Right now. Franziska, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your word, sis.
You couldn't trust that there were flowers and now there's less flowers? I feel like that's not something to be distrustful over.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this?
Yeah, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir.
All I've done is state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I'm still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles?
At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as relevant.
Yeah.
Let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe that the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy.
They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I understand. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Let's look at your watering can. It's nice. It's a nice color. This watering can has a rather robust design.
Mr. Edgeworth, why are you telling us stuff we can clearly see for ourselves? Plus, if you keep wasting time talking about that, Miss Von Karma's gonna get arrested.
I'd better examine something else. There's the flowers. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. I mean, yeah, but they have flowers on them. What are you talking about? They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, looks like there are only two here to me. You realize, don't you, sis, that lies fail you.
Miles Edgeworth! Hurry up and shut this man up for me already.
Suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require. Oh, you do you? Such confidence in the face of your current plight. I highly doubt it'll last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang. We'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveals can be seen in this piece of evidence.
Take that!
Sheena, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are, in actuality, support sticks for the passion flowers. And so what? This is really all that important to the case. Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Yeah. Think about it logically, Hayden Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Sheenaw's hands, who was in the ball all night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in the ball. How did these support sticks find their way to the ball, and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. So that's why. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. It's just another stick, isn't it? And so it is, but the shape of the support sticks is what's important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. And that object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is... the crossbow. You could shoot it like a bow and use it as a zip line for your statues, maybe.
Eureka!
That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting. I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows. I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread is yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together.
Not so fast!
Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. I'm not saying that the statue was on the arrow, that's dumb. Border Crossing Part 2. Scoba Ball statues draped in the Autogras's clothes and then shot over here. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Prima Duck statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist, after all, aren't you? The Prima Duck statues didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. Feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The Prima Duck statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. It's gotta be that wire. Ball statue draped in the Autogras's clothes, shot over here.
Hold it!
But that incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo. What an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right? Yes, so I hear. Not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones who sell photos of spirits and giant creatures to tabloids. Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many a time in court. But there have been times when those photos turned out to be telling the truth. If you had ever stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible. You believe in the stuff you're spewing right now. The courtroom is certainly a strange place if what you say is true. But there really is something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them.
Hold it!
But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? Just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Okay. Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily true. What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions. It's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with this crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. It wasn't a statue that was tied to the arrows, then what did the crossbow launch? Do I want to do that? I want to press everything first.
Hold it!
The thing the crossbow launched. Allow me to show you the answer. Come on then. Show me what you've got. I warn you, I'll know when you're just bluffing. Okay, I guess we're doing this anyway. This is what was lost from this alabaster office with the crossbow.
Take that!
Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastine Embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, you can see how Alabast's prima duck statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. Then what about Babal's prima duck statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal. Going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy. And up to the 5th floor of the Alabastine Embassy. How do you explain that? I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick worked. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you've yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion. What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's prima duck statue. Let's see. Swinging wouldn't work, it just hit the wall. Rotary? Like rotation? That doesn't make sense over that distance. Bungee doesn't necessarily make sense either. Although, I guess that could be why 2 of the things were over there. You just shoot it back to the area afterwards. Okay, that doesn't seem like it's correct. But a bungee action was employed. Bungee action. Saying that the wire acted as a bungee cord and the statue was hauled up. That's a simple way of putting it, but yes. Did you think about the weight of the statue at all? That thing is solid gold. Before that thing ever reached the office window, the wire would have snapped. It's okay. Let's consider your idea and say the wire has the elasticity required. If you fired that kind of wire from a crossbow, the arrow could come sailing back at the person who shot it. Talk about dangerous. He's absolutely right. I thought this sort of thing was common knowledge. I have a hard time right now dealing with a jurisdiction thief who lacks understanding of the most basic things like physics, Mr. Prosecutor. Fortunately for me, it appears Agent Lang is correct. I need to calm down and think this through once more. There's only one feasible motion that could have been used to send the statue up. The fact that it didn't stop is concerning. You can't swing it. Look at it. It'll hit the wall. What are you talking about? I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the 2 statues were transported simultaneously, it's real. Statues would collide somewhere along the way. Yeah, that's not what I was saying, also.
Objection!
They never say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices. If you shot an arrow with the two ends of a wire tied to it, a circular belt can be formed.
Knuckle back!
Hungzy says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires. The top one would sag too much, to the point where the statues would collide anyway.
Objection!
Agent Lang, as you know, the Prima Duck statue is a one-of-a-kind natural treasure. And the fact that Babal's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning my idea is very possible. Hungzy says. Here is what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirator set themselves up in the two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid inside the grandfather clock, QED. I don't know what that means. Hid it inside the grandfather clock. QED. I don't know what that is.
This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer.
Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor. The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. I'd like some pudding. I think I have some mix somewhere. Maybe I should make it sometime. But like... So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Just remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, where there is one more piece of evidence. One more. This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that it is right here in this very room. Now then, I believe what made the circular belt transportation... I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible. The ceiling fan?
Take that!
Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again.
The last piece to the trick are two pulleys.
Precisely. The ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. Bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show It needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabastian and Bobley's offices, and that the passion flower support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case. Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food.
Are you so hesitant, Miss Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do?
Single point of the finger here. This case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. A piece of evidence? Funny shirt. I was kind of just hoping I could show a person. How do I point to that guy? The flowers?
Take that!
The smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person has very dedicated information on the embassy's layout. Tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I am accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus it can only be you, Quercus alba.
Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth?
I'm certain of what I'm saying, and I'm sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. To be honest, the only thing I could think of is currently having pegged as the leader of the smuggling ring. I don't know if we're dealing with that yet.
Take that!
I want us to examine this. Okay, not that. Yes, for I believe by examining it, we will finally have all our answers.
Not so fast!
As long as he says, items that become evidence should never have any part overlooked. All evidence related to this case are fine and don't need to be examined again. It would appear that I was mistaken. Agent Lang is correct. Most of the evidence has already gone intense scrutiny. However, there's one piece that has only been partially checked. And that piece, which lies at the heart of smuggling, is what I should present. Okay, you want the tape.
Take that!
No, you don't want the tape. Okay, what needs to be looked over better then? One piece that's only been partially checked. Let me just... What in the smuggling?
Take that!
Okay, not that. Hmm. One piece that's only been partially checked, it lies at the heart of smuggling. Oops, not this. We definitely do not need the badge. We didn't like look this over super great, did we? Mostly because it was supposed to be hollow.
Take that!
I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Prima Duck statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better than to ask for that reason than King Prima Duck himself? I see. Ambassador will be examining that statue now, with or without your permission.
This guy kinda looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador?
Suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area on the base of his neck. Looks like a gap.
Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret?
Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction. What?
Hurry up and open it, Miles!
Alright, here goes. Oh. Oh, the... What are they called? The printing press things. Stamps. What called something specific.
Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's with this thing that fell out?
I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. You don't say. What in the is this? Hey, that's what I think it is.
It's a plate for making counterfeit bills.
Somehow, it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabas to begin with. Counterfeit plate data jotted down, found within the fake Prima Deck statue Alba smuggled into his country. The Prima Deck statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat, and the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damas II. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Damas II and... Then, in order to frame the steel samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba, you're the leader of the smuggling ring. My country is a mess. And it's all because of you.
You were the one who killed Damas II.
Answer us. I never thought he would figure things out to this level. However, there's one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin.
Not so fast!
Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. If there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Quercus Alba. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. Bless you, kitty. Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but. It is the result of logic and investigation. Logic and investigation. Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Miss Montcarmel. I don't think we can give such a flippy-floppy logic any real weight, do you? Looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me. You see, the reason I came back so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What?
Agent Lang, I demand an explanation.
Sorry, sis. Didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning.
You did?
I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around. So that's why you put on this big show to accuse Franziska of the murder. Using Franziska as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given me okay to poke around.
So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth.
Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening. I thank you. You know, it is new, Mr. Prosecutor. Somehow, if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. The evidence detectives collect, combined with the logic of the prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? Don't know about all that. One thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him. Oh, you're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you? And you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. Unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring. I mean, if anyone thought to have a recording, we have that.
Objection!
But I doubt anyone did.
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity.
Dignity. That's nothing more than a false and sincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. J-Paw, please be careful. Yes, thank you. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue.
Objection!
You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything. It doesn't make sense. Where doesn't it make sense? You prove that it doesn't make sense.
He's really got us. He's turned this entire situation around against us.
The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. The tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma, and I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? And which part is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand, here and now. These choices usually don't make a difference. Still, this isn't a court of law. You can just, like, have things. It's a bit of a different situation than using them in court. There's no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. If a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this. Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. Oh, is that what it is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin. Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, Ayatagarasu. Ayatagarasu gave that to you. Don't talk nonsense. Let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given. What? This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident? The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate. Oh, very interesting. I must admit, I am very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you've presented. The prey the Ayatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man, who's had free reign for 10 long years, to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. March 15th, 1:34 a.m. at the Atrium Neutralis lobby. We've come out here. So, what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me? Oh yeah, I guess we do need to play the video on the thing. You don't have a VCR anywhere else? The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir! What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from a smuggling ring. Why was he just carrying those out in the open? Like, you have pockets. Put them in your pockets. Why are you doing this? Are you dumb? This is the section that proves the card was used to relay in order. The fact that it's here? What do you mean?
Take that!
As you can see, Mr. Cochin is holding the card in his right hand. I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now? But there's a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All I have to do is simply take a look at this. think you want the blood on it. Ah, where are you going? The stark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can easily verify that as fact. You sure that was like a while ago? Is it's still working? Is it still there? Can you see it? I don't know how well that would stick around, or if it would fall apart or something. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Kodopian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Kodopia. What's that? It could be whatever this is. Nothing else seems directly related.
Take that!
This section will make it all clear to us.
You must be very tired, Mr. Edgeworth.
Okay, not bad.
You continue presenting complex, relevant evidence like this. I'm afraid your investigation may fall apart.
Perhaps it's time for you to retire. Wait! We're so sure it was this area? Right, focus, Miles. The area I should be pointing out is definitely here. The area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Kodopia. I mean, the ring's cards in his pocket? Those are kind of the only two things I've read. The shape of this pocket and the directives card in it. It tells us that without a doubt, the person in this car is Mr. Cochin. Also, you can just still see him. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day.
You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove.
How so?
The Principality of Kodopia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist. That's bad record keeping. Why would you do that?
Arrogance. What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them.
Well, we finished here, boy.
Okay, that's what the badge was about. We can see your badge in the thing. You're pointing it out very obviously. The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him.
Take that!
What the? Ambassador Alba.
Yes, what is it?
You were once an army man in the service of Kodopia. And it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct?
Why, the second son backhanded phrases, boy. Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Kodopia. But Right now, I'm the only one that owns this particular medal.
In that case, the only person it could be who's sitting in this car is you.
How do you figure that?
By the medal captured here in this footage. It is clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest.
What?
Why is your face broken? That's creepy. Okay. That's a weird effect. This is how it will be, but I won't look back. For this is the path that I have chosen.
You moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me?
It's almost looking possible, isn't it? There's a lot of you to have come this far. Looks like I just might lose our little game this time.
You might lose the game this time. You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador.
It's not a fact. Very well. I decided to confess and admit my guilt.
You're going to confess?
And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result.
What the?
Regarding the Damask, the second murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense.
You claim he was justified self-defense.
Damask the second attacked me, and I felt my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him.
What a pathetic performance.
I'm not giving you one. Wow, you do really know how to laugh at inappropriate times.
If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence.
It's always the evidence view, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked.
What?
I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that I was in self-defense. I'm an old man. Sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should.
But Damask II didn't have a single weapon on his body.
Hold on. It's nothing to get worked up over. Because I hid the weapon.
You hid it?
Sorry, but as you know, murder is a murder, even if it is in self-defense. I couldn't let it become public, seeing how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears. Oh, it's covered in blood. He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. That's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. Master Alba's wound data jotted down. I believe it's proof he was stabbed by Damask II, so it was justified defense.
No way! Oh, which reminds me. Guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge what was going on.
Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. Who even is your secretary? I don't think they showed up at all. I guess because they aren't important. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you.
The murder of Damask II was done in self-defense. And defy trials, no man escapes his crime alive.
Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten.
What is that?
That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Albastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts.
Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this?
Agents investigate. That's our job. The judgment of people who confess to their crime. That's a court's job. I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts.
That arrogance, your expression. That's nothing like the face of someone who's ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands.
These crimes you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabast has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game.
These two layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. And this is why he's one of those who cannot be brought to court.
You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers.
Is there nothing we can do?
To be continued. Save progress, yes. March 15th, 2:11 a.m., Theatre Neutralis lobby. Put up a picture. I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality.
Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice.
I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him.
I know.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. We can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist. And what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? The law can't help us. Then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself.
Don't you dare.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry, that was a bit too harsh.
I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador, after all. You did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job.
What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack?
Come on, everyone! We can't give up yet.
Okay.
I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up, even for a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. Shh.
she's right. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're right, Kay. Very well, let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay.
Right behind you.
Okay, then I'll go check out the ball a bit more, sir.
And I have something I need to investigate further in Alabast.
Are they gonna let you in? Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passion Flowers data erased from my organizer. Patron neutral salami. Okay. Ambassador Alda seemed agitated over something, since that there is something he doesn't want us to investigate.
I wonder why.
There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him.
Cool. Cool. It sounds like the embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want.
And murder Damask II, run a smuggling operation, and make counterfeit bills, apparently.
But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cochin in Babal?
Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. Used Bobley's embassy printing press and Bobley's ink to make counterfeit bills. But it's the same story over there anyway. Ball also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point, the ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country.
Really?
No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here.
So, I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we?
We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. Can't go in there. These flowers were sent by Global Studios.
Global Studios?
That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They've been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio's being remodeled.
Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. The mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's its name?
You mean Miss Monkey?
Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory.
Never underestimate my powers of recollection. There's maybe nothing to look at around here, is there? Well, this is new, I guess. This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses, among other things.
Wow, you even know the exact species? Never would have figured you for an expert on flowers.
It's all because of those flowers and that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me, I sound like some sort of botanist.
So, what exactly is this yellow flower here?
That one, I'm not sure.
What? You don't know?
As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. I feel as though I've seen the shape somewhere before. Right, that's like the knife handle, is it not?
I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive.
Don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically.
I bet he's thinking of something evil behind that cheery smile.
Can you please try to remain calm and focused on the here and now?
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I got all worked up there. Well, the only way we're going to be able to steal the truth is if we keep on investigating.
There's a troublemaker standing there smack in the center making two peace signs.
Wow, Steel Samurai stands out even more than the two ambassadors in this picture. Oh, hey, the person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right?
No, I have no idea who he is.
Wait, but you just said he! You knew which gender he was. You must know him, right?
I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again.
Mr. Polino has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy that they were going to become Kotopia again.
Perhaps. But instead, he became the greatest victim in today's case. Not the people who died. Granted, they were also committing crimes, but like, they did die. And the Damask II was committing significantly less major crimes, I think. An ambassador like him, who was always thinking of his country, is really to be admired.
Yeah, although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday.
I hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Kotopia are locked away.
And we will!
Seems that lilies are the center of this bouquet with an accent of chamomile.
Wow! I can totally smell the wonderful fragrance.
Hey, this is just a picture.
Ah, look, I know that! But it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? Where's your sense of empathy?
You can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo. That's more like a hallucination.
You don't have to be mean about it.
Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom. Okay. Knife. The spot's somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold. I don't have the handle, right? Yeah. Just this knife.
Eureka!
But Ball's national symbol is the butterfly, and Alabast's is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick.
What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife is... Ah!
Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatre Neutralis, and the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. Murdered photo data jotted down. Taken at Theatre Neutralis, the murder weapon can be seen in Mr. Alba's bouquet. The flower motif. Looks like one of the flower petals is missing. It has been.
Oh, take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. Oh, that's the guitar pick. I see.
And the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon. Alabastian knife data updated in my organizer. They determined to be Alabastian. The flower motif's petals are separate. Can I connect those facts right now, or... There's a striking flower ornament on the handle of this knife. Compared to the Bobolese knife's handle, this larger one gives Alabast more presence. Yeah, but the... Okay, fine, you don't want to do that right now, whatever. The handle on this knife was made to be removable. The killer tried to make it look like a Bobolese knife by switching the two handles, which means there must be some reason behind that action. There's quite a bit of Mr. Cochin's blood on this blade. Thanks to being a prosecutor, I guess I have to become accustomed to seeing blood. Yeah, it is here on the other side. Interesting. Maybe it fell in the water, and the water was still used to put out the fire over there, and that's how it ended up over there. Flowers were sent by a variety of people and businesses to celebrate the Goodwill event. Even the Steel Samurai received some flowers from the ambassadors.
There's so many bouquets here. It's like a wedding ceremony.
I believe the flowers for those are for a slightly different reason.
What do you mean? I said that was supposed to be like a wedding between Alabasta and Babal, right?
Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce.
Okay then, this event was supposed to be their remarriage ceremony.
I suppose you could call it that. Doesn't look like there's anything else to look at, huh? Guess we need to use logic. Agitated renovations. Let's counterfeit it all. Pieces don't fit together quite right. Then your head blows up. Do I need to look at things closer? Probably only anything new. Look at these. It's a counterfeit plate used to make counterfeit Zengpa bills. It's incredibly detailed and even includes a phoenix taking off into the sky. With plates as finely crafted as these, it's no wonder the fakes are so hard to spot. Nothing on the back. Sides are clean. I can... I checked this area earlier, but it never hurts to take another look. Okay, you don't want to do that. I already looked at these. Go anywhere? On the orders of Ambassador Alba, no one is allowed into Alabast. But I thought a lady with a whip passed through here not too long ago. She's from Interpol and had the proper paperwork. So while I was reluctant, I had to let her in. Sounds like Francisco, alright. Besides, if I didn't... that whip of hers... Yep, definitely Francisco. Hello, will you let me in? Hello, and welcome to the Embassy of Babal. I'm sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time. Right now, for a limited time here at the Bobbly's Embassy, we're offering the very special experience at Terrifying Fire's Ashes Door. So how about it? Shall I sign you up? We're fine, thanks. We had an investigation to run. Anything else? Where are you going? Really anything else to look at? Okay, clearly I need to do this. This doesn't want us to investigate. Undergoing renovations. probably wipe the swamp at least. Then get it out of the way. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials, such as the Bobbly's ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. And what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun?
Well, you probably would have had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all.
Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate in the bill's disposal. And the reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? I wonder. It's the one person who's been erasing all the evidence of the smuggling operation from both embassies. The co-conspirator who is mopping up Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin. Could conveniently put all the guilt. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Miss Yu said herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed.
Then you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends.
Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship?
Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Poleno to be the ambassador after the reunification?
Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Prima Duck statue.
So Mr. Cochin hired Damas II to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin?
It is definitely a possibility at this point.
Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast. But Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right?
Right. And that is what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babalese Mr. Cochin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is... over here.
Take that!
This area is rather suspicious, don't you think?
You think so? Because I don't see anything odd about it at all.
I guess it's not related after.
Mr. Edgeworth, you keep doing that, Ambassador Alba is going to get away. Come on, let's see if we can't get a hold of that treasure and knows the truth.
Agreed, let's see what we can find. Do you mean the theater? There's people in the theater.
Take that!
The only place that makes sense is here, at the Theatrum Neutralis.
What? Here?
The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that both of them would have been in is here.
But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land, so that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has.
Makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further.
So what should we check out?
Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy enough to obtain. However, the problem will be Alabast. What if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate?
Objection!
I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth.
Francisca.
I have here the footage from both Alabast and Babal. You would do well to take a look at its contents.
security footage data jotted down. Footage of the entranceways into Babal and Alabas from the Theatre Neutralis. Cool. You move fast.
Von Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case.
Bless you, J-Paul. Please don't sneeze on my cup. I'm sorry about earlier.
We won't be beaten. Because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he?
Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alabast's immigration screening area.
I really hope there's something in here we can use.
Okay, there he goes. Which minute's footage should I examine? Oh, I did not look at the footage. I did not look at the timestamp on it. I mean, no one was really in there at the start, right? Or... no one's here, but good to take a look around. Here's the door. It's the door leading into the Theatre Neutralis. Jesus, on the floor. I didn't mess it up, did it? No, it looked good.
I tried so hard to get in through the store, you know, but I just couldn't get in. To get through the store, you know, but I just couldn't get in. It felt so great when I was finally allowed to go through here. You know what I really wanted to do, though? I wanted to try sneaking my way in.
Almost nothing seems out of the ordinary with the door. Some posters.
Oh, I don't remember all these posters. I wonder what they're of.
I do remember a bunch of these hanging in that hallway. I believe they were all related to tourism and sightseeing. And Alabast. Oh. Franziska said that.
I believe they were all related to tourism and sightseeing.
And Alabast. Impossible. If it were a ball, I could believe that. However...
No, they were posters promoting tourist traps in this country. I believe they were mostly of Gatewaterland.
I see, so they were targeted at the embassy staff.
This man is the immigration officer who was on duty. He's making a really scary face, even though there's no one around to see it. I wonder if he's just the grumpy sort. Although that wouldn't do much for tourism.
J-Paul, the window is closed. You can't go there. It's shut.
Hey, he smiled a little just now. I wonder if he recalled something funny.
J-Paul, you can't go in the window. It's closed. There's no space for you. You're very cute.
Well, even if he did, he still has that hard glare in his eyes.
It would appear that he was born with stern-looking eyes.
Rather fitting for someone in the security business, I'd say.
How much do we see? Okay. Oh, I can look at the time itself. Interesting. Do you have more?
Those are posters of this country's tourist spots, and most are of Gatewaterland. I wonder if Alabastians in general like theme parks at all.
The guard who stopped you has been to Gatewaterland a number of times, apparently.
Guess they don't have theme parks in Alabasta.
We can look at the time. 9:22 p.m. And around this time, the Steel Samurai stage show had come to an end. Ambassador Alba was making his way back to his office.
And then later, he shook hands with the Steel Samurai in his office. And then he was going to give a speech in the Rose Garden. Being an ambassador sounds like a busy, busy job. It's like someone's always stealing your time away.
Yes, I'd imagine it's something like that. Despite how busy he was, he still managed to find the time to kill Mr. Cochin and move his body somehow from the Theatre Neutralis. What is that noise? I heard what sounded like a voice. I don't hear it now. Maybe it was someone outside? It didn't sound like it was coming from there, though. Huh. That's weird. Can't believe how completely fooled I was by the way he carried himself.
He had me fooled too. According to the files I had sent for earlier, Ambassador Alba was a Kodokian hero who saved the royal family from danger countless times. So what bothers me is why would a man like that create a smuggling ring? I mean, with all the authority I have, I still haven't been able to figure out why.
Sounds like the ambassador was a hero who was corrupted by evil. And no matter what happened in the past, we can't let the man he is now escape justice. It's the door leading into the Theatre Neutralis.
The more the guy tried to keep me out, the more I wanted to get in. It's human nature. But I guess I can't complain too much. I did get let inside in the end.
At least nothing seems to be out of the ordinary with the door.
This man is the immigration officer who was on duty. Making the exact same scary face he was making a minute ago. Wait, is it just me or is he blushing? It appears he gets flustered around the ambassador. I guess the ambassador is well respected inside Alabast too.
You could say that. The guard doesn't appear to be capable of looking at the ambassador. Alright. On the outside, he may look like the Steel Samurai, but on the inside, it's just Larry.
Other than the fact that it's good for nothing, nothing else seems out of the ordinary. Other than the fact that it's that good for nothing, nothing else seems out of the ordinary. Out of order.
Wait, you know as well as I that anything can happen when he's involved.
You're not suggesting that someone else could be under that mask, are you?
No, I don't think that. Just before he entered here, he gave me an autograph, so I'm certain it's Larry under there. Anyway, this is where the body is. Doesn't something about this lump's shape strike you as odd?
Huh? Isn't it supposed to be this shape?
No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Steel Samurai pushed this to Alabast from the dressing room. Bulge is unnatural. Next, let us check the footage from the ball's security camera.
Hope it shows us something good. Oy, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything.
That right there is the contradiction.
Huh? Did I miss something?
You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country.
But wasn't his body found in a ball?
It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Did they, like, send him over on the pulley thing that was set up? I feel like that might be a little heavy. Oh, good. Ambassador Alba. I thought I'd ask you from your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil. You had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done. It's game over. No.
Objection!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I'm heading to the airport now to return home. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you. You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it. Please, mate, I have just a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Plato. Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know. Very well, if you insist. I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that we'll get any farther. Master Plano, Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish is for the normalization of relationships between our two countries. There's one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all. I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question. That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Manny Cochin. Mr. Manny Cochin. Oh, I see. Seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun. This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Frankly, I still don't understand why I am being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. To get to the point, I was in Albas the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi. So that is your alibi? That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we cleared that up, I appreciate it if you would move out of my way.
Hold it!
I said hold it. What is it this time? Thought I told you I'd only allow one question. You did, but you still have yet to really answer my one question. What? Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing. Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer.
Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors. You are forbidden to lose.
Of course, this is something I've understood from the start. That guy is the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on through me. So
That's why we've got to catch him, okay?
We will. I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have the truth now, shall we?
No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same.
Understand. Oops.
Hold it!
Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of an ambassadorship, don't you think that the combination is more than enough reason for suspicion? Then there's the matter of the crossbow arrows and the prima duck statue.
Objection!
Ooh.
Oh, that is nothing more than your flights of fancy.
What do you mean by that?
Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers.
Hold it!
It's not a hypothesis. Earlier, we proved it to be what happened.
Well, let's leave that one to the side for now. Let's leave that to one side for now. Because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive.
Oh, so you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin?
If you wanted to suppose I had one, why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me.
Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously.
Oh, goodness.
Dog food alarm. I'll have to do that after I'm done with this.
I'm sorry, I'm in a bit of... I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well. The game's no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I firmly claim that I had no motive to kill. Now let's see you disprove it.
How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes.
In that case, what motive would I have had to kill my co-conspirator?
Hold it!
Are you serious that just because you were partners, you had no motive to kill?
I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion. Looks like he's not going to admit it himself that he was in league with Mr. Cochin.
I suppose not. I do know his relation to the smuggling ring and to Mr. Cochin.
You mean he's the ringleader and that Mr. Cochin was his subordinate, right?
Correct, but I know more than just that. Miss Von Karma, I'm sure you remember the safe in Mr. Cochin's office, correct?
Yes, the safe had 2 compartments to it, didn't it?
Yes, and why do you think those stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Cochin's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back?
So Mr. Cochin didn't turn the goods over, but decided to keep them for himself. I suppose that's possible.
It seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being.
And that means that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all.
What Ambassador Alba had to gain, I believe that is his motive for killing Mr. Cochin.
What are you people whispering about amongst yourselves over there?
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony.
To get to the point, I was in Alabasta the whole time.
Hold it!
And what exactly did you do while you were in Alabasta?
I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai, and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, that thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise.
Objection!
Are you saying that it was Damask II who made the first move? Yes, it was after I was attacked that I hit him on the head with the prima duck statue. Unfortunately, he died from the blow, but it was act of justified self-defense.
Objection!
Calling it that doesn't cover up what you really did.
Cover up. No, my boy, I'm not covering up anything. I'm telling the truth. You weren't planning to admit it. You weren't planning to admit to it, which is why you tried to frame the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now.
I'm terribly sorry that I didn't clean up the body better. I am a busy man. Had a speech to give at the Rose Garden after that, you know.
Objection!
Yet despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cochin, didn't you?
Objection!
Man is evil. And I'm sure you're familiar with the facts, but Mr. Cochin was killed in the ball while I was all the way in Alabast. It's simply not possible for me to have killed him in the ball. That is my alibi.
Hold it!
You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cochin in Babal. And you are correct.
Oh, thought you would put up more of a fight, but if you must concede to me.
The only thing I'm conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babal. I'm not conceding that your alibi is the truth.
Oh, I see. However, no matter how you try, know that you can't crush my alibi.
It would be wise not to underestimate a prosecutor of this country.
We'll see about that.
So Mr. Cochin was a friend of Ambassador Alba.
If that's true, then why did the ambassador kill him? Oops. I'm busy still. It's not like in the case of my father where he ordered someone to do it.
The problem we have here is that we don't know what their exact relationship was. Indeed, if they complete trust in each other, then there's no motive for murder. However, both men were very selfish, and I believe that is from where his motive arose. He wanted...
Objection!
It does not, buddy.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Okay, focus.
What motive to kill your co-conspirator?
Objection!
Good late.
No.
Okay. Okay, focus.
What is it that we need here? Maybe I press it again and read that a little better.
Hold it!
You serious? You just partners. Logical conclusion. League. Suppose not. Relation to smuggling ring. He's the ringleader. Mr. Coach wants his subordinate. Correct? No more than just that. And remember the safe in Mr. Cochin's office. 2 compartments. Why did you think the stolen goods were being stored?
be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back. Decided to keep him for himself, so that's possible. It means that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship. Ambassador Alba had to gain. What he had to gain.
Objection!
Okay. What he had to gain? He needed to just get him out of the way because what he had to gain is
Objection!
okay, yeah. I'm busy. Give me a second. If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
Objection!
I don't believe this. I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, I suppose you have some sort of support to, some proof to support your argument. I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabast's Prima Duck statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. Believe you understand what I'm driving at? You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Objection!
Are you finished with your hypothesizing? Excuse me? Let's suppose that I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right? I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin. Now then, if you will excuse me. Wait, what did... I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Ambassador Alba, if you could please just give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man he was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death. That is something for the ball to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to. Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Polano. I'm very sorry, but it seems that even now my voice falls on deaf ears. There's no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Polano. We must find some way to stop him from leaving. It seems there were no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home. Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba. Okay. Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Atakarasu's legacy will live on through me.
Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving? You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
No, why should I recognize that tattered old organizer?
Wait, where have I seen that before?
That is a clue my father, Byron Faraday, left for us.
You sick Byron Faraday. Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG8 incident. The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasa's key.
Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss You kill 7 years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me. Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did. What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work on me. If you won't believe me, then take a look at this. What is that toy there? This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather, by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy. What? These 2 pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabast right behind you. Look, girl, get to the point. Oh dear. I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these 2 pieces of evidence.
Yatagarasu.
Ever the thorn in my side.
Hey, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings?
It's nothing case-breaking, really.
Then it was just a bluff.
Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those 2 pieces, aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end.
Hey.
When the going gets tough, someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony. How dare you all bar a person like me?
Ambassador Alba, your testimony if you please.
Alright, but this is the absolute last. Then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Paleno's office, you won't stop me.
I can't let this opportunity Kay has created for me go to waste.
Alba's Alibi Part 2. But, first, why are you twitching? Oh, it's your beard. But, first, I must feed the dog. And also the cat. I'll be back in just a minute. Probably a little longer than that. Also stretch, my goodness. Where's my water? Could use more. I'll be back shortly, and we will continue on with this. Creatures have been. April, would you like to go get your food? It's there for you. No, he's sleeping. Okay. Turn the text back off. Okay. Last time I met up with Mr. Gochin, I was here at the Theatre Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Gochin again after that. As you see, there's no time span in which I could have killed him. Would you agree? Since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you, though. You've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished. So any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is to present the correct evidence. Understood? Of course. I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Gochin was killed before he returned to Bobal. In which case, there's only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. Neutralis. Alabast. Did not see Mr. Gochin after that. No time span, which could have killed. I don't agree. Look at the security footage.
Objection!
That didn't work. Okay, that's not the problem. Sure, it does. It does contradict that evidence. But I guess that's not how you wanted it to work. Can't chase him down with that kind of evidence. I know. Don't think calmly and rationally. It's not impossible to take this man down. Okay. Maybe I need to press that one, and then he'll like bring up an angle for it.
Hold it!
Alibis that there was no time span in which you could have killed Mr. Gochin. Yes, because I was in the theater watching the stage show. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, do you remember seeing him sitting in the audience? I'm sorry, but I don't remember anything outside of what was going on stage. You shouldn't have been so focused on the show and paid attention to your surroundings. Mr. Edgeworth, it is a fact that Ambassador Alba came to the theater. I guess you didn't know that because you didn't see him at the Steel Samurai show. Well, I do recall that he and you had a photo shoot with the Steel Samurai. Looks like you are finally beginning to understand. Now then, will that be all? No, wait, I'm not finished yet.
Objection!
You're not very good at listening, are you? I told you I don't have the time to listen to a bunch of useless questions. Time remaining for me to find out the truth has just been blown away. Amazing. Diplomats really do know how to craft answers that don't answer anything. So the only place he met with the victim was at his theater. When was he killed? At this theater. When was he killed? I know that Mr. Gochin didn't return to Babal alive, which means that the only time he could have been killed is when they were both here. And that means he was planning to kill Mr. Gochin from the start. Okay. Apparently, I guess I should use the photo. The footage shows the same thing if you would just like look at it. Whatever. Hey, here's a chance. Look at this. There's a knife also.
Objection!
I don't know what you did about, Larry. I guess you distracted him somewhere. I'd like you to take a look at this picture. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? Used to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's commemorative, alright. One that captures the proof I needed to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again. This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it, as well you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it in among the flowers you were to give the Steel Samurai. Meaning that you killed Manny Cochin here at the theater. It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
We're not through yet.
Objection!
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. Courts, is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? This is really the end.
Knuckle back!
Hi. Agent Lang. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. Are they in your way? I thought the exit was like down to the south of this image somewhere. They also seem to have come out of your embassy somehow. I guess his men were just still like around. There might be more doors, actually. Makes sense to have more than one exit. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. Right. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through.
Knuckle back!
Longzi says, for aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters and the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. The Imperial household? You, what have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as an ambassador, Mr. Alba. Alba, don't go back there. Don't go back there. Where are you going? Oh, you're climbing up here. Yes, hello. How about no, don't go back there either. Many places you should go. There goes my controller. You didn't mess up my wires, did you? No, they look fine. No, don't go back there. I told you. You can't go behind the monitor. There's nothing there. There's no space. The window is closed. If you want to sit in the sunlight in a window, maybe go to a different room. You've been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What? I hate that your face breaks apart. Like you're some sort of puppet. Effective today. Effective right now. You have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. Holly Paw. Princess. Yep, shine the sun right in my face. Sit right there. Cause all the problems ever. You didn't mess up my wire, did you? No. You have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this.
The video the Yatagarasu protected.
You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me. I descended to the founder of detainment philosophy, Longzi. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world. Really paid off. You're pretending to be an old man now? It can't be. I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked. Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing.
Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again.
He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield.
What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him.
Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador.
Not so fast.
You really think you could still pull that on us now? You've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba. I don't think you needed to do that again. Well, we got it the first time.
Objection.
No, I won't be stopped now. He still intends to fight us. So what? I'm no longer an ambassador. You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains, you cannot arrest me. I expected no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Gochin in the theater? But even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, was his body discovered in the ball? You claim that I carried his body all the way over there. Preposterous.
Objection.
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. Alba's Alibi Part 3. I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken a knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in the ball, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to the ball. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender, too?
Not so fast.
You have no plans to ever return to this country. Isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? As if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, Boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything. I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he is just another witness. Yes, just another witness.
All right, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy.
Get him good. I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony. Are you still gonna eat my, health if I press you? Let's find out.
Hold it!
No, it doesn't seem like it is. Okay, good. That's right. As I explained earlier, commemorative photo shows that you had the knife on your personage.
Objection!
You have no proof that the bouquet was prepared by me. Isn't that right? Excuse me. The fact that there was a knife in the bouquet was something I wasn't aware of.
Not so fast!
What a pathetic excuse. The weapon that was used is one of your national treasures. It isn't exactly something anyone other than you could touch, let alone take. I allowed some of my trusted subordinates to handle them. It could have been my secretary. You're an even bigger slime ball than I thought. You would push the guilt of Mr. Cochin's murder onto one of your subordinates. In any case, the fact that the knife was in the bouquet means nothing. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there.
Hold it!
You still wish to deny your actions? You still wish to deny reality and accuse me of murder. What? I am not in denial.
Ugh, even though he's not an ambassador anymore, he's still got a real bad attitude. I believe it's because he's no longer an ambassador that he can let himself speak freely. Well, if he's not holding anything back, then neither should I.
Wait, for the sake of the case, please refrain from what I think you're about to do. Ah, quite the pair of frightening young women you are. I digress. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in the ball, right?
Hold it!
Even if he was found in the ball, he was killed somewhere else.
Objection!
Stop bluffing, because you can't prove what you're claiming. If this were a court-martial in my country, you'd have already been removed from the room. Are you taunting us on purpose? Because I'd be happy to show you my claws.
Hold it!
Hold on, Agent Lang. Allow me to fight him my way, with evidence. I was joking. Not so easily ruffled by the likes of him. Too bad. Though I'm no longer an ambassador, it still could have been an international incident. If you have the will to threaten us with that mouth of yours, then perhaps you can use it to return to the testimony. Very well. To be fair, you should watch what you say as well. There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to the ball.
Hold
it! Is that really so? You could have easily blackmailed your subordinates to be quiet and then move the body.
Objection!
That's quite an insult to me and my subordinates. I'm afraid we can't have that. It's very difficult to enter my embassy, as the guards always conduct a thorough check. If someone so much as makes an unnatural movement, it would arouse their suspicions. Come to think of it, there wasn't anything unnatural about him in the footage. Wait. Let me think about that for a second. Mr. Alba said that the guard would become suspicious if someone acted unnaturally. Then, by the same token, The guard would not have become suspicious if someone were to act naturally. If we retrace Mr. Alba's movements, we should find some hint to solving this case.
Well, right after the Steel Samurai stage show, he went back to Alabast, right?
From there, he started preparing his forced speech in the Alabastian embassy.
It does sound like it wasn't possible for him to have gone to the Babalese embassy.
He couldn't have gone to the ball, but the body didn't remain at the theater either. Is it possible that the body was temporarily taken to a different location first? And we got this already. I guess we'll just look at this pushcart. We haven't found it yet. It's somewhere though. Someone will find it.
Objection!
Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look. What's that supposed to be? It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area. I congratulate you on getting your hands on it.
Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement.
Thank you for the warning. Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. This slump here inside the pushcart, do you know what's causing it? Should I? 'Cause I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the pushcart.
Take that!
What is the meaning of showing me that? It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Cochin's body. You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene. What a guess. I wonder if you have any evidence to support it. I admit that for now it is but a hypothesis, however. If you can't prove it, I'm afraid I must be on my way. Don't have any more time to play with you people. Oh hey, you found it. Good job. Sorry I took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Gummy?
Detective Gumshoe presents a Steel Samurai's pushcart.
Yes, sir. I found it in this open air in the open air stage area.
So that's where you went.
The detective spirit the Pops left me with. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case?
Yes, it just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. Something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open-air stage area did you find this pushcart?
I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir.
Oh? Well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Steel Samurai Daddy used this pushcart to boil the Iron Infant around.
The Iron Infant is the Steel Samurai in the Pink Princess's cage, right?
Yes, he made an appearance at the end of the stage show. It was rather a fitting ending to the whole thing. And the Steel Samurai was unwittingly forced to move the body. It's just unforgivable. Yeah, that sure is full of blood. It's blood. You brought this thing in here. You didn't, like, look at it at all. This must be Mr. Cochin's blood. Which only goes to prove that Mr. Cochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
Objection!
I forced him to move the body into Alabast. What nonsense. Why would I bother to do such a thing?
Objection!
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast.
Oh!
If I can show you how you moved the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win.
But you can't. Security between two countries is incredibly tight.
I'll be the one to judge whether or not I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after you return to Alabast.
Or
Miles Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means there's no question that can't be answered, right? The Primoduc statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I could exploit.
alright. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatakarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Objection!
It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of Damask II. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office.
Ah, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time.
What?
You. Is not every life precious? You really need me to answer that for you.
Objection!
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society.
Huh. And you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction.
He's really full of himself, isn't he?
Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this? Don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like.
Alright.
I'll do just that. Turn to Alabast, picture taken.
Hold it!
So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around.
The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time. The doctors recommended that she rest.
Wow, so you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip. Ugh. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels.
Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh?
Isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over?
You did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose.
The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. About 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatakarasu appeared.
Hold it!
That Yatakarasu was just a trick that you had set up.
Most amusing joke. How do you propose that I set it up?
If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the rose garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatakarasu's shadow.
Oh, that's an interesting tale. Sadly, it's nothing to do with me.
You. And what's it going to take for you to fess up to anything? Very well then, let's move on to a different question. After the Autogarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden?
Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. Then once everyone was inside, well, I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office.
Hold it!
And what happened after you returned to your office?
I don't want to keep on repeating this. However, upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Mask Man.
Objection!
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was Damask II.
Who cares what he was called? By the time I got to the Prima statue he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue.
Miss Von Karma's really letting her wit fly now.
I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it.
She must be at the limit of her patience as well. The physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he's actually guilty of anything.
Are we finished here?
Miles Edgeworth! Can you come up with how the body was moved to Babal?
Sir!
Mr. Edgeworth!
Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it?
Is this the end?
Oh. Appears that we made it just in time. Who's this? Hi! It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle. Evil magistrate, it is time for you to pay.
It's the Steel Samurai?
No, you're mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo. And this is Big Princess Mommy. Hajipu.
The two people I wanted to see the least. Larry, what are you two doing here?
Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help, yeesh. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust right, Sam.
Go away.
How can you be so mean to us, Edgy-po? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us.
Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now?
Hey! Is it just me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh, yeah. I found him in the ball, but he was in the middle of the pool.
Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said.
Huh? Oh, well, it appears we made it.
Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal. We found it in a pool. Don't recall there being one in Babal.
Oh, that. Well, I was in Alabasta the whole time, so I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh?
Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure, but I found him.
Hold it!
That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry had lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. And this
is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabasta to Babal is... Oh, that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir! There is a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Cochin's body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine. The area the stage is in.
Take that!
Yes, sir! I'll be back before you know it. It's too late. It doesn't matter what you do. Nah, it's all a waste of time.
Not so fast!
You will stay here with us and wait. Oh. This is Edgeworth. This is Edgeworth. It's here, sir. There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden. Just as I suspected. What is it? The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Babalese side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Alabast.
Objection!
Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any. The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool. Not just any pool. It was the Babalese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected.
Objection!
Where's your proof that the two sides are connected?
Objection!
We can just go check. The proof is right there before your eyes. A half-drowned Iron Infant. Whew. This blasted doll! You dragged it out. Look. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back! Hey. Don't tell me you guys figured everything out without me. We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain.
Not so fast!
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely the body just happened to have passed on through to Babal. This guy's a doll. He's small, so I can believe it made it, but he has a point. Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, you're going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe. See, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over. Agent Lang? Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He realized a flaw in my argument and is hoping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. The fire. It was used to put out the fire. And another thing. Mr. Cochin's body was found in his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after it was transported into the open-air stage? Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babal, remember? You mean Sheena, right? With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up into the office.
Objection!
seriously claiming she swam through the connecting pipe with the body.
He's right. Miss Sheena would drown if she did that.
It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe. Looks like your hypothesis is about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. No, I have more to say. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. From the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body. What? Mr. Prosecutor, call Sheena's movements. What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in the ball?
Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool.
Get rid of the water. That's it. I believe this time we really are done, right?
Objection!
Hungry. I could get something to eat after this, I suppose. Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba. You are a most persistent man. You're saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water. Move the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done. Excuse me. The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time. What do you mean there wasn't any water? Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. Fire.
Take that!
Tonight, the Atagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Bobbly's embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border.
Objection!
So what? The water level went down, the reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this. Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical, game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. I haven't lost yet. I've found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat.
Not so fast!
Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route. I know that. I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway? You know that those pools are extremely deep. There are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. That sounds like, a hazard. It'd be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up out of the pool. Ladders or footholds along the walls. There's no need for such things. What do you mean? If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will. Uh-oh. Looks like you got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already. The way in which Miss Sheena and the body were able to rise up to ground level. Now, if there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. Just floating there the whole time and no one noticed? A lot of these don't make sense. Like, how did he stab a guy in this theater area and no one noticed? There were like a number of people in here. I guess no one would be looking in the pool because it was kind of covered up and blocked off. That much is understandable, although it seems like it'd be a pain to try to stay afloat that long. It seems like it'd take a while to fill up using these things, but whatever.
Take that!
Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts, in a manner of speaking. Use the fountain spouts? How so? The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Sheena and the body were lifted upwards by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Bobbleese side and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion, all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cochin's body. Did she, like, jump in while they were using the water? Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation of things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Cochin's body into the pool. At this time, Miss Sheena was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babal. Those things float. She then made for the open-air stage's pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. Oh, I see. It's pulled out through a different thing. Okay, fair enough. That makes a bit more sense. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between those two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabast into Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. Oh, there's more of them. That makes more sense. And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Miss Sheena and the body. After that, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There is an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Cochin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. And that's why it wasn't burned up so much, I suppose. It's all wet. Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you?
I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back.
Objection!
You accuse me of moving the body across country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me.
The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now?
Proof, I believe, is what he seeks. Yes, proof.
Without any? Who's to say whether or not any of what you said really happened? He wants proof? What are we going to do, Mr. Edgeworth?
There's no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Babal's open-air stage area.
Take that!
And what exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Bobbleese side will be your undoing.
Guitar pick. Would you care to explain how that's going to do me in, as it were?
Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not the guitar pick.
What?
This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it, after all. Since you don't know, allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to.
Take that!
And, like, let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. On the handle of this knife, there's a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now then, let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick into that open slot.
It's a perfect fit.
I assumed the petal must have fallen off the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder, and then was accidentally placed into the push cart along with Mr. Cochin's body.
Objection!
That's an interesting story. Nothing more. Wait, did you say it was not during the murder? It was already not on there when it was in the bouquet, but whatever.
Objection!
Now, I assure you, it's nothing. It's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet, you say? Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet is from the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage area on the Bobolese side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as the petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pool on through into the ball. Impossible! Evil's I've been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy. Why? Why? So late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning, when you took your first life. No matter how you may plot, or how you may try to cover it up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
Objection!
You can't call what you've given a perfect argument.
You know, I don't think this guy is going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with, people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kind of people really exist, because everyone breaks eventually.
Right. In this case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. To be continued. Well, I will like to save my progress, but I will also carry on because there's not much left here, I think. March 15th, 3:33 a.m. at the Atrium Neutralis lobby. Hope you don't have to get up in the morning. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. As if there's anything else for me to testify about. I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Atrium Neutralis. Very well. I suppose I could tell you about that. Guess about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation. Steel Samurai show. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience. It's hard to prove that, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. Holly, don't knock things down. Princess. My monitor. Princess. This is why you're not meant to be back there. I'll get moving. Get all the way out before I carry on, before you mess something up. Okay, if you're not going to move, I will move you. Holly Paw. Pretty baby. Ooh, look at you. Look at you. Would you like to say hello? No, she would not. Get up here. Be good. Don't cause trouble. So soft. Now putting everything back where she knocked it out. And, let's see, what was it? Her was in the audience. Hard to prove that. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. So you were in the theater proper watching the Steel Samurai show, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai. Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who was cool. Yeah, and the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh? Hey, Deji! Who is she? Who is this super cute girl? She's been standing here this whole time. You only now notices her. Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation. Sorry, I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yeah, it's okay, I'm Larry Buds. Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle. You got that? I know. This is the end. With that man there. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Rather, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear, I will finish the job. This really is the end game. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. I'll be able to point out you didn't see the show because the move's different. Because he messed up the sphere.
Hold it!
The last row, I should think an ambassador would have had special seating reserved. I wanted my staff to enjoy the Steel Samurai show as well. I gave up all the good seats for them. It was enough for me to simply see him. Hey, the Steel Samurai wasn't the only hero. Let's not forget the pink princess here. My dear madam, if you continue to thrust about like that, your hip may begin to hurt again. Oh, hi! Aren't you the considerate person you want to be? But this young butterfly is on the side of Edgy Boo. So you can spare me the flirtatious come-ons. Oh, he's completely frozen. In frustration, perhaps. I dare say she can be one rather trying opponent. In any case, Mr. Alba, can you actually prove to us that you were watching the show? I swear I was there in the audience. It's hard to prove that, I suppose.
Hold it!
Are you admitting, then, that you have no way of proving to us that you were watching?
Objection!
Quiet! Buzz in my ear like a pesky little fly. If you don't wish to listen quietly until the end of what I have to say, perhaps you should pack up and get out of my way. Oh, I see that you're willing to be a bit more receptive now.
It's true that maybe it may be difficult to prove that I was out in the audience. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is it proof enough for you?
Hold it!
Well, say them then. Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself. That's nice. That's nice. Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture. I wasn't planning to let him. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And didn't you think the climactic scene of today's show was just totally awesome? Yes, I remember that well. That spectacular special move. Where you'll deliver the final blow against the evil magistrate, early summer rain jab. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever. Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that. How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear. Yes, today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move? I suppose you are correct, but if you could please elaborate on this point for me. One of the scenes was a never before seen early summer rain jab move. Yeah, he couldn't do it because he broke it.
Hold it!
Early summer rain jab was a move that was to be unveiled today. Because I saw that brand new special move, I believe it confirms my alibi. How sad. Only he's got to protect himself said he watched the Steel Samurai. I guess this guy really has nothing else left. Yes, and to avoid arrest, you can bet he'll say or do anything. But with all of us here, there will be no escape for him. Yeah, we'll find a way to bring him to justice. Now then, let us continue with your testimony, Mr. Alba. Very well. Steel Samurai's special move and various other scenes. Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them.
Hold it!
I agree. Today will be a day to remember. Especially when we finally make you pay for all the wrongs you committed. What? Hey, that's what the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate. Actually, that line was just something I ad-libbed. You may act all surprised, but naturally you remember this line, don't you? Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt, that's all. Did they have someone here playing that person? I guess they're not relevant, but... Allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more. Hey, then that makes you the Steel Samurai, huh? Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose, then yes. And I do believe it's about time to bring the curtains down on this with a bang. Kay and myself were also in the audience of the Steel Samurai stage show. He's got nothing on the Jammin' Ninja, but he was still cool enough, I guess. Was my brand new special finishing move totally rad? No, don't tell me! It was you who thought up the special move? Yep, no, what was it again? Extremely silly rain jab. Was that it? Oh, wait, it was stubble breaking chop. That doesn't sound quite right. How could you forget a move you came up with? Final piece to Mr. Alba's alibi is that he was watching the Steel Samurai show. However, if he was busy killing Mr. Cochin, then he should not have had time to do so. Okay. Incorrect. It's broken.
Objection!
The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
Objection!
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you could trip me up by asking the same question over and over? That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this. Samurai spear.
What about it? This spear actually never made it on stage today.
Excuse me.
Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Okay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight?
It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash.
Correct, because he couldn't use the spear. A last-minute change was made. Have you really been watching the show? Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move was the move that was used. Quercus Alba, you didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you? So he wasn't watching the show tonight.
And it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Cochin instead.
So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. Just what is so funny? You're so sloppy. So are your conclusions. I still insist that I watch the show, or most of it in any case. What did you mean by most of it? You see, during the show, I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage. That's the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal. Just because he's got the name of the move wrong, you can't really use that as proof he didn't watch the show at all. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show. Honest.
Objection!
As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan, ever. Who's yelling?
Who was that just now?
It would be I, young lady. Lavery, what are you doing interrupting me like that?
Etchy, please hold on for a second, I beg.
You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Maniac. What exactly is a Steel Maniac, pal?
I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac.
Yeah, trust me, I know real film. I see one because I'm the Steel Samurai.
Objection!
I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai.
What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth?
It appears the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It's the most amazing show, filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart. The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Manny Cochin. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for? Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Wait, it was a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say? Huh? Did I say something stupid again? Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret? Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show.
Right before?
Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. That's kind of how we decided the name of the move. Well, by that time, I'd already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless.
All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy.
Long story short, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kind of pretended the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret.
So basically a gag order was issued for publicity's sake.
It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move.
Hold those lips of
Hold those lips of yours still. What the heck, old man? Nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and a pointless exercise and wasting time, much like a kid's show.
Objection!
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you.
How dare you?
I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony.
Ha! So now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Knuckle back!
Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this Quercus Alba. You were the one who said it yourself, that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start.
So, just what are you driving at?
The name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Quercus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret, so you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked, which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard.
So that means that Mr. Alba was in there at some point, right? But what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means.
There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room, so we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and Mr. Cochin's murder.
Take that!
The push cart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the push cart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alabast along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the push cart was when the push cart was in the dressing room backstage.
So basically, the killer had to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show.
Precisely.
Oh, but wait. What if, and this is just a what if the murder took place right in the dressing room? What do you mean, Kay?
I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Slipping undetected into a private dressing room, then, would be simple as pie.
The killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with the pushcart then, too.
Correct.
thus making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Cochin. Quercus Alba, during the show, you went down to the dressing room. And I want to know why. Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room. I knew it! I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that arrest!
Objection!
Not so fast. What is it now? Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What is there to explain? I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened up the dressing room door, no one was inside. That's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk! Still trying to get out of this. Do you really think you can get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him? Don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there. Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal. Oh, and if we use a little thief, we may even learn something for a recreation.
Not so fast!
Don't need to do any of that. What? Wolfie, how could you? Not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else. And they found nothing. There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it. I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us. I couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find. And if there's no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either. That's the end. The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us? It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you will excuse me. Because of you people, I missed my flight. I must make haste to arrange for a new one. Who is it this time? Hold it right there, you whippersnappers. First Larry, and now you. That's with that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo. Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady at the sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in. Why did you have to speak up right at this instant? But you know what, Edgy Poo, cheer up, because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing. The most wonderful thing from you. It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone you know. Oh, my special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? It's this. It's... It's a box of those samurai dogs, right? Yeah, so Edgy Poo. Here, go on and eat one and you'll feel right as rain. Are we through here? Why did everyone get so upset all of a sudden? Edgy Poo, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you? No, not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. A thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed you and made sure you were nice and full. One day it's my dream to serve you all of my homemade food. I mean, isn't that the desire of every woman, to make sure their beloved never goes hungry? And I wanted to experience I could make a delicious meal you threw in front of... Okay. Mr. Edgeworth, can you do anything about her? There is no power on earth that can force that woman into silence. I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on its pan like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. When I ate one, it just tasted like all the rest. Oh, it made me so bad. Wait, a special box with a Hinomaru-like fan on it. I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. Hinomaru. I think that just means the sun. However, there it is. The red sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there's no such thing as a Hinomaru dog. Looking from the dressing room, the fan's red sun is filled in for some reason. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this red sun may be just what we need to point us in the right direction. Present. Studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We're supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. Had to pile them all up in the pushcart just to move them. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. Right, no, I put all these together, but okay. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final pieces of logic. The time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we've found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. Okay. I meant... Okay, they were moved, right? You took them out, you put them in here. The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. That which should not exist. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru on it. If this red sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing the samurai dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy, old bag. I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special. Aggie-bo. Mr. Edgeworth, you're feeling okay, sir. Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Cochin in the dressing room. How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence. That arrogance, that self-confidence, you believe you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good. Ha! You're bluffing. Oh, hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found them. Finally found the fangs we needed to go after this guy's jugular. So tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs is going to put the old man away? The trace evidence that will bring him down. It's here, of course. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It is a single drop of blood.
Huh?
What? Blood, you say? Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste. I've got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. Can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey you, get this down to the lab pronto.
But why was there blood on that box to begin with?
If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct?
Oh, yeah, you have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean. So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart.
If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor? Ah, I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body into the pushcart. Exactly. And that is where I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box. When my men investigated in that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because embassy staff members had already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder.
It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh?
I think she stole a number of them, but...
Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame. What a scandalous way of putting it! I didn't steal it, I received it from myself!
Marcus Alba, I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part. Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however. How can he be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this? Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what?
So, Mr. Edgeworth, sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh?
The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime, that alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room. And you say that like it means something.
Huh?
Excuse me, sirs. Report. What were the results of the analysis? Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood. I knew it. This, Marcus Alba. Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question. Your question? One from before? One from before. Or have you forgotten?
Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make?
Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room.
It doesn't prove that I am your killer, does it?
That's... He has a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer.
And this evidence is meaningless? It can't be. We were so close, sir. I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do.
We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it.
Can't think of a
single thing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. Oh, who is it? What's that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now. It wasn't me, pal. And it wasn't me this time either. It wasn't me either. It was me. Forensics. Okay. Why did you? Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir. There's more. What? Hurry up and spit it out. Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned. It's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood. No. What? Do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it? I don't know, sir. All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore. That's gotta be his injury. Neither do I. My, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proves something to be true, alright. Namely, my words. And which one of your words would that be? The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. Blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Whoops, I bumped the microphone. Looks like it's okay. Hopefully that wasn't too bad. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy? But what sort of nonsense? Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder. So you would like to believe. What if someone preparing samurai dogs has a small nosebleed? What then? I guess that's possible. Damn it. We've been wasting our time on a red herring. Blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough. Quercus Alba, you bastard! Silence. Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. I've wasted enough time here with you. You have your answers. Now let me through.
Not so fast.
Alba, it doesn't matter where you run off to, you'll never escape me. Someday, I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you. We'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that that day comes. Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt. Is this really the extent of all that we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it is I who has been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he, who can turn any desperate situation around, do? Turn it around. That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get onto the box like this. And if I think about it that way, if the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed into the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there is only one person that could be. Well, I must prepare for trying so I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage. I'll be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, fortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies to the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me.
Objection!
Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you.
What do you mean?
Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful.
Pitiful. How so?
Quercus alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who was trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you.
Mere words. What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth?
Just what do you think it means, Kay? We had already caught him in our trap a while back. With an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence.
Hey, Earth's Mr. Prosecutor. Care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence?
The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood.
But we know that's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all.
Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it is not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good, and I believe you are already aware of what I mean.
And you know who the blood belongs to.
Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person.
Take that!
The blood of the red sun on this box belongs to you, Quercus alba.
What the? Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim.
The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Kojin's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer.
So that's what you mean. The blood doesn't belong to the victim. And there's only one other person it belonged to.
Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That is the only logical conclusion.
But Mr. Kojin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding?
What if, during the murder, Mr. Kojin had fought back?
You mean if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Kojin managed to wound Mr. Alba?
Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves he was bleeding then. What is the piece of evidence that shows Mr. Alba was probably bleeding at that time?
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound.
That was from the mask when the mask the second attacked me with a pair of scissors. Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room.
But is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I just can't accept that as fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, to see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
Objection!
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility.
No one to talk, Mr. Alba. You managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are one of a kind criminal.
Objection!
I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you missed a large thing.
You believe I've overlooked something?
said that my wound was caused by Mr. Cochin. And that it was caused here, in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right? Yes, that is correct. I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. The wound is a stab wound, one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you would propose that such a weapon came from.
This theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort.
Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the Alabastrian knife and a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort. As long as you can't prove that other way is, all your talk about Mr. Cochin stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you better hurry and tell me now. With pleasure. Oh, wait, what? This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Cochin brought a weapon into this theater.
Take that!
Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu's key.
That key! That's the key my father stole from here 7 years ago.
And it is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater. You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Cochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Kodopian paper signed by Mr. Cochin. In order to make it look like Mr. Cochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring. You had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Quercus Alba? And that is what some may call the coup de grace.
Impossible! You can't take me down! Swine, all of you! Especially Manny Cochin. This is all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador. Which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt for all my crimes for me. That's why I sent out the Yatagarasu's card and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagarasu. But I had just yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close. And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors. Okay, Scooby-Doo reference. I feel like that doesn't fit the tone we're doing right now.
Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there's one more question I forgot to ask. This country's, or Alabast's, which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you.
Edgeworth, I think he's saying Edgeworth, but mostly he's yelling. And also exploding.
Okay, bye. March 17th, 11:21 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2.
Whew. This is it, the big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today.
Next week, he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Franziska's heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it.
Having to face Miss Von Karma in court right after facing you, sir. I don't even want to think what that would be like.
I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. That flight attendant and even Mr. Portsman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents.
Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all the incidents. Cammy Meal was to provide support during smuggling ops using her job as an attendant. And Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring and to end in their favor.
Ugh, go you airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir?
I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world.
Yeah, it sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like.
What is it, detective?
Nothing, it's just, well, come to think of it. Mr. Ernest Amato's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir.
I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society.
Well, with the arrest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KG8 incident as well, huh?
Suppose so. The real killer in the KG8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Cochin. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG8 incident was Mac Rell. Those two facts are unshakable truth. However, it seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all during the trials today.
You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir?
CCU and Dade Man. Perhaps now, these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Polano. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't eat any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
What? Seriously, sir? Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them, don't tell me they're just coupons, sir.
Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Godopia again, its economy has changed.
Really?
And it seems that Ambassador Polano has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He's been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunited Godopia. Ah, but what a pity. Who's saying this? Even though every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant Kay.
Wait, that's not what I said, so, Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them, sir. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here? Hey, you've got to be more alert than that. I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit. I totally didn't notice you, or realize that voice was you.
Hongzi says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring. Agent Lang, pleasant surprise to see you here. It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, and I wasn't going to miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court. Is that so, Agent Lang? You flushed out all the counterfeit bills, so Zhang Fa is finally at peace again. It's all thanks to you, so I just want to say thanks.
Wow! I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth.
I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case.
Shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong, I'll still never forgive you prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. Always done things my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that? I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job. Yeah. And if there's ever someone in your precious truth, if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. As for me, I'm going to get that person no matter what. Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I'll see you later. I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. Looking forward to this. I've prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir.
I'll help throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins.
Hope you got enough, because I'm going to call my men up as well. A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this long tale begins. Don't make me do court. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu. It's a story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the truth. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet, and to that end you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that I'll be prosecutors, and that is because... Can you slow down just a little bit? Even though I've only been away from the courtroom a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. A day is more than other day, I feel fight within me rising. Okay. It moves on its own and I get flustered and I miss the words.
I'm really in Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet, and they've become a real sensation. Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline has chosen me to design their new line of Go You jumbo jets. Just think, someday you'll be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet.
I'm designing the inside too. I think you need that to, like, chill. Okay, bye. It's worth it, the rudeness of a rude man. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. But more importantly, I've received the most fastic treasure today, Prima Duck statue of the Principality of Codopia. It waits a bit light in my hands, but Ambassador Plato was most generous. So, I mean, that's still something. It's not the real one.
I finally caught Agent Hicks's killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. Feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer for Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, Codopian court awaits. Codopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should find new vigor there.
I was drinking. I thought she was done talking.
This little patrolman has been fired as of today, sir. I thought I was safe since we found the gun I had dropped. But I hadn't noticed that I dropped my police badge too. I guess what really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge. My little life has suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir. I think I'll go to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles Man.
This was fun. I feel like the things were a little easier to put together, but I guess that's just because I had all the information instead of getting it from the people who just show up and have things.
I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. And I've gotta get going and return to Europe. I still got a long way to go. A lot of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him scientifically.
People aren't bringing you new evidence in the middle of court, usually. Also, there's no court, but, you know, whatever.
Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy.
You're just...
But I won't be going outside much anytime soon, but that's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped is the cage of love. The guard down at the detention center, well, when he's on guard duty. He has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Stop it, Lauren. When we will ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love?
I guess next up I'll just have the next game, but mix something in with it. It appears there are all sorts of drama that takes place outside of the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something. Don't judges have to be lawyers first? I kind of thought that's how it worked. I guess I never looked into it. I sort of assumed they needed to do something, though. Hi.
Barely escaped death yet again.
Yeah, but boy were we lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh?
Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job.
Don't let it get you down, Maggie. You've still got me.
You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm going to pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Oh, this is actually kind of fun.
I suppose I'll play the next game in the series next, and then I'll mix something in. I'll have to figure out what. Probably that GB Game Boy Color. Why not come to Codopia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty! Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although recreating that particular case has created a few false fires of its own, and we've had problems with the fire marshals, but the next event will be great. So it will be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu. Of course, I hope to enlist Kay's help in creating our latest attraction. I guess maybe not the Detective Conan one, because I did start up that Mario thing and never got back to it, so maybe I should do that. Yeah, sounds like a good plan.
I can't believe that you ditched me and went to Japan. But it's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're going to sell blue ocean dogs. They'll sell like hotcake hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog and a blue bun. I guarantee it'll turn your tongue and your face blue. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot or at all, really, but... Oh, so I noticed. I really haven't been able to see the guy in the blue suit at all recently. I wonder what's up. Well, next time we meet, I'm gonna make him eat one of my dogs. Alright. Maybe I should have hotcakes. I need to eat something after this. Well, I was feeling something less sweet. Ooh, cheese. I gave testimony in court today as a member of the Yatagarasu. You, Mr. Bad. You look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that the elements within the ring have begun moving? We're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring. Bugsy says, thoroughly bite the poisoned snake from head to tail. No one runs foul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet. Ah, youth.
When did I become so old, I wonder? I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. Think of retiring my mirror. Maybe I'll have rice and like egg. Maybe... or maybe some cheese. Potato. I was the pink princess and the pink badger all in the span of 2 days. Talk about busy. But it's alright because I got a letter from my beloved Edgy Boo. Please take care of your hip, and when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does he mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see any bit of alien and some fuzzy pink animal. I was the pink princess, a great hero of justice with a young maiden, put a stylish hat on my head to perform my own costume, or terrible idea. I missed most of those words. I think that's the joke. Alright, now we have a scene where it's not going to go forever. Stretch a bit. March 17th, 4:33 p.m., High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I feel so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir. Yeah, and nothing beats the look on Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step onto a courtroom. Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court. Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Francisca and Agent Lang. So, what are your plans now, okay? I missed that. Oh, well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. You're still trying to steal my job, pal. Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy. What a relief. Hey. Yes? Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief? Of course. But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu. So, I'm going to hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own. A 3-person team? A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible. Ooh. With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need. My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm going to work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed. Let's both strive for such a future. Well, I guess it's time for me to get going. I see. Okay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger. Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock in the window and sneak in. If you could, I'd appreciate it if you came in through the building's front door. It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home's been broken forever. Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the 3 of us. Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one. No. Hey, why not? Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course not, Detective. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm taking the picture now. Hey, come back here. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Stop that. I can't be seen doing that. Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese. And thus, the long tale of the KG-8 incident came to a close. It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is little time to rest and relax. I am eager to tackle the investigation into a whole new case. The reason for my eagerness is I want to pursue the truth, and I want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed. Yay, they're so cute. Those gloves look too small. Those look uncomfortable. They're like halfway up her palm. Not literally halfway, but certainly too far to be ideal. Completing protocol. Alright. So that was Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth. I suppose next up will be the next game in the series, which I believe was just the next investigations game. Let's see. Prosecutor's Gambit, it says. Presumably it will play in a similar fashion, with more direct investigation and talking to the people there. Holly Paw. I know I'm sounding very finished with what I'm doing, but I'm not quite yet. Could you not? There she goes, in the window. The window that is closed. Whatever. Anyway, today's Friday, so, you know, I'll return on Monday with Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor Gambit, I suppose. Also, with that, I will start to mix in some different things on Wednesday. I'm thinking I'll just get back to that Super Mario 64 ROM hack I'd started when I finished Apollo Justice early. That seems like a good thing. It's a very different sort of game, but hopefully that means it'll attract a different sort of audience of anyone at all. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But yeah. So Monday I shall return with Investigations 2, and then on Wednesday we'll have Mario. I'll have to sort out some sort of thumbnail situation, but that's like whatever, I guess. I guess I never did manage that, because they go to all the different places. Whatever. Yes. Return on Monday with more Ace Attorney Investigations, this time the second game. Yes. That's all. Have a nice day. Goodbye.